Hello, everybody, and welcome to Players and Creators. As always, even the best laid plans will result in shit going wrong. So we have some technical difficulties that some people are working out, and also hopefully the sound issues that I had last week should be taken care of at this point. Turns out that it was a faulty mic and or faulty mic wiring. So all of that stuff has been swapped out. Have a new mic, have new wires. Please let us know if there are any, if on your end, if there are any difficulties or issues. But welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming and thank you for showing up. While we are trying to finish up and get all of our technical issues dealt with, I do have some announcements that I can actually get into very quickly. And hopefully by the time the announcements are done, we can get on our merry way of Dungeons and Dragoning. Right? I tried to turn that into a verb that didn't. It sounded better in my head. Sounded better in my head. But yeah. So the first announcement, which is actually very exciting. So last year, only a couple of weeks ago, last year I did say that there was going to be some new things coming up for the new year. And didn't actually go into what those were because they were in. Hey, we have a 0.
All right.
No worries, no worries. Because we did have. We were getting things ready, and so I am actually very excited to announce that on January 27th, we are going to be starting another D&D game. Another stream called Lost Mine of Phandelver. So it is going to be the it is the campaign of the starter set. If you're familiar with the D&D starter set, we did actually give one away when around the time we first started streaming. It was our very first giveaway. That is the campaign that we will be streaming on Wednesday, and it won't be with these yahoos.
Nope.
brand new players, friends of mine that I actually have not seen or gamed with in a very, very long time, and who are amazing tabletop and role players. It's going to be, I really, really hope that you'll be able to join us because that's going to be so much fun. And it's not, and it's not as many people as this campaign. It is actually going to be just. It is only going to be. I got 5 players. I'm like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, there's going to be like extra time to do stuff. Maybe this campaign goes faster. I don't know.
TPK.
Yeah. Well, you know that. Well, TPK is reserved for larger groups of like 6 or 7 players.
Spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
Then it should be over very quickly.
No, I'm joking, obviously. But let's see. Yeah, we are good to go. Look at that. Got an overlay now and everything. Nice. All right, so but yeah, that's the first announcement. Is starting January 27th, there will be the new D&D game, Lost Mine of Phandelver. Not to say that any of my current players won't be part of that. They might. But they are not actually the main players and characters of this game. It will be completely new people to the stream. When you do show up, please give them a lot of love because I love these people. They are great people. But it's going to be... damn you, Ty.
He's always got to be poking fun.
Always got to say something. Always got to say something.
Always. Shiv, by the way.
I should really turn my chat off while I'm doing this. But yeah, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And the next announcement is that we are going to be doing on that Friday, which is the 29th, we will be starting Friday Night Magic. So we actually had so many people that had such a great time with the Magic the Gathering arena games that we did over on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, that I figured, hey, we should try and make this a regular thing. So initially, the whole premise of it is essentially, hey, if you've never played Magic the Gathering before, or even if you are an experienced Magic the Gathering player, let's learn from each other. Let's start playing games together, have a good time while playing, and not be destroyed immediately by randos who can actually just pump in a whole lot of money and buy all these new sets and kill us immediately. Let's talk about deck building. Let's talk about strategy. Let's talk about how we do this and that with different colored decks. So I think we're going to be starting that on the 29th. And what's great about that is that the day before, on the 28th, will be the new Kaldheim. I hope I'm saying it right. The new Kaldheim set that will be dropping from Magic. So there's going to be brand new starter decks with a whole new set that is going to be brand new on the 28th. So we're going to just jump right into the starter decks that they're going to give us. All the weird new awesome cards that the new set will give us. And maybe we can help each other like build some awesome decks, play some games, and see what happens. Again, all I'm really looking for is to support people in playing the game, having fun, and a lot of people seem to be into it, like I said. So that's going to be very, very cool and very awesome, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, and that's pretty much it as far as announcements go. I just wanted to make sure, and there will be some reminders during our break. We actually do have some commercials that will actually remind you and give you the dates and all that good stuff. So really looking forward to doing that. I really hope you join us if you can. But again, Wednesday the 27th, Lost Mine of Phandelver D&D campaign, and the 29th will be Friday Night Players and Creators Friday Night Magic. Yeah. All right, so with that, unless anybody else has anything for the good of the order. Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, good. All right, so what we're gonna do, let's just do a quick, what happened last time we got together. So let's do something real quick here. Let's see, there you are. All right. So last time we were together, you were all attending the memorial service and funeral for both Edward von Scott and your friend Hope. During this time, however, there was a very solemn memorial. Very solemn words were spoken about both Edward and your friend Hope at the private mausoleum on the private grounds of the von Scott family. After these words were spoken and the memorial was had, a toast in the tradition, apparently according to Bertrand, in the tradition of both his family and the Zemnian culture, to toast the honored dead, as you drank from what seemed to be a very, very fine red wine. Some of you succumbed to what you later learned was poison in these cups, leaving both Jarina and Sora asleep on the ground, as well as the father who was actually presiding over the memorial. He was actually the first one to pass out from the poison. the rest of you were able to fight the effects of this poison. However, not just the effects of the sleep portion of this poison. The rest of you, unfortunately, still did get the effects of, for the next hour or until the poison is cleared from your system. You have disadvantage on attacks and saving throws. During this time, after the poison began to take effect, these strange individuals began to jump over these stone walls. Not very high walls, but they started jumping over the walls and coming and rushing your group, seemingly bypassing most of you and grabbing Squall, and trying to basically grab him and make their way out of the area. Not to much effect, however. Some of them have already been downed during the battle, and the Squall has been since released from the grasp of the two individuals who actually grabbed him and began to run with him. Rowan, at one point, had shifted into a boar state, where she began to rip up the shins of one of the attackers. Sora and Jarina consistently trying to fight the effects of the sleep that they are under, however unsuccessful, having wonderful, wonderful dreams under this effect. Maya trying desperately to awaken Jarina with no success, however successfully tearing up the jacket that Jarina is wearing in trying to wake her up, but not being successful in doing so. Bertrand seems very affected by the poison, and is, during this whole time, has backed himself up against a mausoleum, has pulled a sword from his cane, and seems to be standing defensively and trying to keep himself from actually falling over during this time. Phoebe, since you were not actually here last game, you have used an action surge. During this attack, you did take down, I believe, 1 or 2 individuals, but you have not taken any damage thus far. And Leah sent her little friend Lucy out to attack someone who is taking pot shots at all of you on the outskirts, who is now currently afraid of Lucy, and doing his damnedest to get the fuck away from him. While Lucy continues to run and screaming and following Leah's last orders of tearing him to shreds. So that is where we currently stand. Let me switch out to the battle camera. And now, second. All right, and now we come back to the top of the order. So just for a quick reference, so everybody knows where everybody's at, once again. Leah, I will move the tree so you can see yourself. But there is a tree here. Leah, that's you right there. This is boar-shifted Rowan, who has charged at this individual and who is now prone on the ground. He's still awake and screaming in pain as his shins have been pierced by your mighty tusks. This is Phoebe over here in this corner, who was rushing over here to help Rowan. Laying down on the ground over here is the father, who passed out from drinking the poison. This is Bertrand, who has put himself up against the mausoleum. On the ground here is Jarina with Maya right on top of her. Here is Sora. This is one of the individuals that attacked. Here is Galen. Here is Squall. Here is Squall's Echo. Again, I will move the tree. You will remember that there will be a tree there. Another individual, and another one there. Right on the outskirts here, you have Lucy, who is currently chasing this individual, trying to tear him apart. Remember, Lucy is 2 feet tall, and surprisingly scary fast. So, and that is where we left off last week. So, top of the round, Galen. What would you like to do?
Hey, Bertrand, you mind being a pal and waking up Jarena? She's probably the only one that can get rid of the poison.
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage. Seems very out of it at the moment.
Uh, 14.
14. He kind of has his back still to the mausoleum, and he kind of looks over to you, goes, yeah, he kind of blinks his eyes and shakes his head for a moment. He goes, yeah. Okay, yes. No problem. So that wasn't your action per se. I mean, you were able to do that fairly quickly. So what would you like to do?
There are 2 guys in range of me, right?
Yes, there are.
One of them I've kicked in the balls.
No, the one that you kicked in the balls is dead after Phoebe shot him in the neck with an arrow. So that guy's not that he's laying on the ground dead. But he is not currently one of the individuals that you are within range of.
Okay, so I would like to disarm the guy directly in front of me.
You would like to disarm him?
Yes, I would like to kick whatever weapon he has in his hand.
Okay, hold on one second.
Does he have a sword or a dagger?
He has a sword.
Yes, I would like to kick the sword away from him.
Okay, so interestingly enough, disarm is actually a fighter ability that you currently do not have. You are a monk. Disarm is an actual ability that a fighter who is a great weapons master or a battle master would be able to do. But if you want to try and actually get the weapon out of his hand, what I will say is you could actually do a focused attack on the hand that has the blade, but it will be at disadvantage because it is a focused attack. And you're at disadvantage anyway from the poison.
All right, double disadvantage. 3rd dice, here we go.
Well, no. You don't need 3 dice. There's no such thing as double disadvantage. It's just disadvantage. So 2 die, take the lowest. I'm not that bad of a DM.
Okay, so yes, I would like to get the sword out of his hand.
All right, so that's what you do. So roll an attack. You're focusing on the hand, trying to kick the sword out of his hand.
19. Jesus.
That's a disadvantage?
Yeah, I rolled a, and my thing, my hit dice is a +7.
Well, what are you hitting him with? Your
Oh, I'm
quarterstaff?
hitting him with my foot. With my foot. I'm kicking it off of.
So
the
your
weapon out.
so your unarmed strike is +7?
Yeah,
Does it-
my hit DC is +7.
Your unarmed strike is +7. Okay.
Yeah. So is my dagger, and so is my quarterstaff.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that definitely hits. So yeah. So roll damage.
I have 8 damage.
Okay, that's 8 damage. All right. So as you strike with your foot, you actually get him like right on the wrist, which makes his wrist flip back, and the sword drops from his hand onto the ground. Which will actually, he'll have to actually use an action to retrieve it and pick it up. So that was to a good benefit, and you can hear the crack in the bones in his arm as well. And he's just like just surprised at what just happened. So what else would you like to do? That was your action.
Huh. There's a guy next to me in front of Squall. Is he in striking distance?
Yeah, these two individuals are within striking distance of you. So which one was the one that you knocked the sword out of? This one here or this one here?
The one you were pointing at before.
First one?
Yeah,
Okay.
that one.
Okay.
You know what? I'll focus on that one. Actually, no. I'll save up on my key. All right. I'll just do. I'll take a defensive stance.
So you can use a key point.
No, I'm not doing patient defense. I'm just. What's the other thing? That's a bonus action. I can't remember. It was.
Well, no, you can take the dodge action, but you already did your action by kicking the guy in the wrist.
Okay,
So
I thought that was a bonus action.
No, that was an action. Anybody can take the dodge action.
Okay.
But as a bonus action, you can do the same thing with patient defense. You just have to spend a key.
All right. I guess as a reaction to the guy trying to get his sword back, I'm just gonna kick the sword away.
That would be an action too.
That would be an action.
Yeah,
Okay.
technically, yeah.
All right. All right then. I guess I'll use Fury Blows and just focus on that guy.
The same one you knocked the sword out of?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go for it.
Uh, 17.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Roll for damage.
I rolled a 10.
And damage. 18 altogether.
No, wait, no. I meant to say, like, I rolled a 10 on the d20. Hold on, let me do the damage real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotta be specific. Is like, roll to hit is different than damage.
First hit is 7 damage.
Okay.
Another 19.
19 damage?
I rolled a 19
to
on
hit.
The second hit.
Okay.
Yeah,
that yep. Just be clear. Yeah, no problem.
All right, and the damage, this is the damage, is 6.
6. Okay, so altogether 13 damage from those 2 hits. Yeah, so he is reeling from these these quick, swift attacks that you're just taking. You know, first one knocks the sword out of his hand, and you can hear bones cracking in his arm, and then the next one, you just quickly just whip around with a reverse roundhouse kick to the side of his head, and as you land that foot just right into the solar plex with a punch, and he is just kind of still standing, but he is reeling from all of these hits. Doesn't look great. Doesn't look great at all, but still up. Good round. You have movement if you want to use it.
Nah. I'll stand by Squall. Make sure they don't try to abduct him again.
Okay, yeah, you're like you're right next to him. You're right next to him, so that's not an issue. All right, so that was your turn, Galen. It is now this guy's turn over here. He is at this moment deathly afraid of Lucy. Lucy had screamed and snarled at him last time, which actually had some strange effect on him, and now he is desperately afraid of Lucy. So he is going to do everything he can to get the fuck away from him. So he is. He runs. Lucy gets an attack of opportunity. So Leah, you should have Lucy's stats up. He's going to take. Well, you get to decide if he wants to, if he's going to claw or bite him, but it's the same type of attack.
We're gonna go for claw.
Okay. So just roll to hit. Yeah, that absolutely hits. So Lucy's, I believe it's 1d4 plus 3.
I rolled a 4, so it's 7.
7. Okay, so 7 damage to him. And then he's failed on a DC Constitution saving throw. So he takes poison damage. So roll 2d4 poison damage for Lucy.
Five total.
5 total. Okay. Yeah, so as he runs from Lucy, screaming, "Ah, get this thing away from me!" Lucy just tears into the back of his legs. And there's like a oof, and then poison is now just coursing through this guy's veins. He's like, "Ah!" But he still runs and manages to get away. He is now going to roll to see if he is still afraid at the end of his turn. Actually, let's see. Still attack. It's just going to be while Lucy is in front of him. Well, Lucy's technically behind him at this point, but while he can still see Lucy, he has disadvantage on his attacks because he's so scared. So is going to try. He's looking around. He's honestly too scared of Lucy at this point. He's not going to try and shoot at Lucy, but he still can look over through the fence, and he sees Galen. He's going to try and shoot at Galen with his crossbow. And so Yeah, no. Disadvantage, yeah. It's just Galen, as you're standing there, you hear a phew as a bolt just flies right by your head. Does not hit you, but you see it fly by. Um, as he misses with a fucking 6. I couldn't roll last time. I'm gonna be changing my dice consistently. Till I find a goddamn die that rolls well. Um, yeah, so that's his movement and that's his action. Doesn't have any bonus action per se. All right. So yeah, so that's his turn. Next up is Leah.
So from what I can see is there's one guy engaged with Rowan, and he's on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody's pretty far away from me.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah. So this is you right here. Boar Rowan just finished goring his shins. Phoebe's running towards him, but everybody else is kind of in this area.
Okay, I'm gonna run towards where everybody's in melee, over by Squall, and or at least as close as I can get, and still get a good shot.
Okay. What's your speed? Your movement?
Let me check real quick.
I think it might be 30, right?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, it puts you right next to Sora, who's on the ground snoring. You can actually see little flicks of flame coming out of her nose. Whoop.
Oh no, the
Oh.
Groovy's gone.
We lost Groovy.
Oh no, Groovy.
The most
Groovy,
essential
baby.
character in our plot. He's sick of our shit.
He went to toss a coin to the Witcher.
Yes, something. Ah, there he is. He came back. He heard everybody talking shit.
And now we will all die in our sleep.
Alrighty, sorry about that. As I said, technical difficulties will always reign supreme. Alright, so. Alright, so where were we? I apologize. So yeah, so Leah, you're by Sora. She's on the ground. You can actually see these little wisps of flame, like just as she's snoring, just kind of coming from her nostrils. But that is your full movement. As you moved over there, what would you like to do?
I'd like to take a shot at the one. As far as I can see, there's one engaged with. Who's the one with the blue feet? Is that Squall?
This is Squall. Yeah. But this is a bad guy. This is a bad guy.
I'll take the bad guy close to the little crypt.
This one right here.
Is that what engaged with anybody?
Yeah, he's engaged with Galen. Galen just looked like Galen just broke some bones in his arm.
Okay. Let me see. I'll go at him with my dagger, I think. Let me just check. You know what? I'll take a shot at him with my crossbow.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, he's kind of reeling on his feet at the moment.
So 17 plus 6 is 23.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits.
So 9, and then I get a sneak attack bonus?
Yeah, because he is currently engaged with an ally.
Okay, so that's 2d6, right? Because I'm not seeing. Oh, wait. 12.
12. Okay, so, and that's all together?
No, altogether it's 21.
21.
9 and 12.
Okay, yeah. So, as you shoot your bolt, you see him kind of holding on to his broken arm. He's trying to. He looks like he's getting ready to back up and do something. And as he turns over to you, his mouth opens as if he's getting ready to say something, and the bolt goes right into his mouth. And all you hear is glork, and then he just falls over.
I turn around and give Leah a thumbs up.
All right. So that was your movement and your action.
I'm good.
Alrighty.
As a bonus action, can I shake Sora?
That's actually an action to try and do that.
Okay.
But you're like leaned over her, getting ready to try and wake her up.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
Alrighty. So next up is Jarina. Jarina, please make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
At disadvantage because I'm poisoned, right?
Yes. Oh, and a reminder: everybody's attacks are at disadvantage because of the poison. Okay, just a reminder.
Question: do we take damage from the poison, or is this just the
Not
disadvantage?
not this type of poison.
Got it. Heard. Constitution saving throw, so that's an 11.
11. Okay, that's actually what you needed. You slowly wake up from this wonderful dream to feel this tugging at your arm. And you look down and you can see, one, you're underground, and two, your right sleeve is just completely torn to shreds as Maya looks like she's trying to get at your arm. And you can also see Bertrand kind of standing, above you, looking like he's getting ready to wake you or do something. And he goes, "Oh yeah, good, you're fake. We are under attack. Are you all right?"
I'll be okay, and I want to get up.
Okay, so that's half your movement.
As an action,
I don't know what happened.
I want to help, who's also down? I'm sorry.
Right now, as you look around, you see Sora on the ground, and you also see some individuals. There's one that seems to be on the ground with a boar.
Okay. I'm gonna go immediately to Sora and try to wake her up.
Okay. So. Yeah, that's not a problem. She's only like 10 feet away from you.
So would help be the action specifically?
Well, you haven't taken an action. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to, like you said, you just want to try and wake her up?
Yes.
Okay, so you try to wake her up using your action to do so. And in doing so, you do wake Sora. Sora, you actually start to awaken as you feel like somebody kind of like lightly slapping your cheeks. And as you wake up and you were having the nicest Disney dream. And you're just like, books. Like the first thing she says is books. And then just starts looking around, looks very confused. So sorry, you are now awake. but you're still prone, and you won't be able to do anything till your turn.
And then as a bonus action, I want to cast. This will be the first time I'm casting this Sanctuary on Sora.
Okay, so you're casting Sanctuary on Sora. All right. Is that concentration?
Negative.
All right. So Sora, you're still underground, but you have Sanctuary cast upon you.
Thank you.
Squall's out of the game right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Hopefully he'll be back soon, before his turn. Alrighty, so... Alright, so Jarina, that was your turn. Do you have a bonus action that you want to do, or are you kind of done?
Sanctuary was my bonus action.
Ah, okay. That's right, okay. Alrighty, so that's your turn. It is now the... Yeah, for lack of a better term, we're just calling them the bad guys. So it's not a bad guy's turn. Because clearly they don't have good intentions. Some would say these are bad intentions, hence the moniker bad guys. So this one that Rowan Gord will stand up using half his movement. Still completely freaked out by this boar person who he saw literally shift into a boar, out of a boar, and back into a boar. Is just he's going to take a swipe at you because he's just completely like, no, this is no good. No, not going to do this. And he is going to take 2 melee attacks against you. As he pulls out his sword. Both miss. Because fuck these dice. And one of them was a nat 1. So as he swings the first one, your natural piggy instincts allow you to dodge deftly out of the way and actually deflect the blow with one of your mighty tusks. The second blow, you actually deflect once again with your other tusk, and in doing so, it actually bounces the sword back onto him and slices him in the arm as it bounces backwards, and he takes... Because, nat 1. He takes 5 slashing damage from his own sword.
Nice.
And then, completely freaked out by what's happening, he is going to... you see him actually looking around, and he will run around you, not leaving your melee range, and he pulls out his crossbow and prepares for an attack, but doesn't actually do it. These guys, this one is going to here. And now that they are together, Squaw hasn't gotten back yet, right? Back yet. Well, this does affect him, unfortunately. Galen, you actually hear this because you're standing right next to Squall. You hear the one directly next to Squall. It's like, all right, fuck this. They want him. They're gonna get him a little bloody, and he's going to try and attack Squall. Because they are so close together, they're gonna use their pack tactics, and gain advantage on the attack.
Okay.
So with that, let's see. Squall. Does a 15 hit you?
No.
No. Okay, so the first hit misses, and then he tries again, because they do have multi-attack. This time, 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's going to be... It's going to be 4 slashing damage.
Ow.
And he nudges the guy next to him, and he goes, "Get the fucking echo." And so the other one also has advantage on his multi-attack because they're using pack tactics. He's going to try to attack the echo first. And that's going to be a 21 to hit.
Poof.
Yeah. And so that just poofs your echo. And he still has another attack, which he's going to use on you. Yeah, I don't think a 9 hits you.
Mm-mm.
So it takes a swing. He seemed very surprised that that one hit made the echo disappear, which actually threw his second attack off. So with that, he seems to be reeling from the confusion, but kind of preparing himself for the next round of attacks. And that is because, there's only 3 left on there. That is their turn. So next up is Phoebe with Squall on deck.
Okay.
Okay, so what is my character currently doing right now?
Well, you were in the process of running to the attacker, like towards where the attacker that Rowan was going after, and then he ran around her. So you are right here. You kind of in between the father who passed out and the bad guy right here, and Boar Rowan is right there.
Okay, so I'm far enough away to use my bow?
Yeah, you're 10 feet away from him.
Okay.
So you will not incur a disadvantage because you're not in melee range.
Cool beans. All right. $20 not net.
Yeah, that hits. Not a doubt, that hits.
$8 damage.
Yeah. Okay, 8 damage. Yeah, the arrow flies, is sticking in the side of his armor. He kind of breaks off the shaft of it. It's still a little bit sticking out. Still up. So what would you like to do?
I'm sorry, it's been a little bit. I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember what I can do.
No worries. Gotta shake off the holiday hoo-has, I guess, would be the best way to call them.
Yeah.
Honey, the sound changed for some odd reason. Like both you and Allie sound further away.
How about now?
Still the same thing. Let me restart my my Discord. Maybe it's that.
Does anybody else hear that? Yeah, I think that might be you.
Yeah, Discord's causing some issues today.
Yeah, it is. Two weapon fighting. Did I already use second wind or no? I can't remember.
No, you used an action surge. You have not used a second wind.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it was that.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think there's anything much I can do.
Okay, no problem. So it's still a good attack. Good hit. All right, so Phoebe, that was your turn. Squall, you're up. If Rowan was there. Oh no, Rowan wild shaped into a dog. Oh shit.
Oh no, a dog. Okay. I'm just gonna attack the guy directly in front of me.
Yeah, go for this guy right here.
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Does he? Oh, nat 20.
Oh yeah, that hits. Yeah.
I thought it was a 14, but it was a nat 20. Okay. Yeah. So I'm doubling the damage roll. Is that right?
So you double the dice and then you add your bonus.
Got you. Oof, ah. That's 11 total.
11 total, nice. Yeah, so you swing, you pull your sword out and you just swing, and this huge cuts across, and you actually see that you're actually split his hide armor that he's wearing, and it's actually starting to fall off the front. It's still together, but it's actually, you sliced into it so deeply that it's actually now starting to come apart. Now, and there's blood just kind of like pouring from it.
I'm gonna follow up with the momentum on the offhand strike.
Yeah, go for it.
Oof, 10.
Ooh, AC is 11.
Oh,
So,
all right.
so as you come across with the second string, he actually sees it and he just kind of dodges, just barely making it out of the way. So yeah. So that is you. That was your action, and your bonus action. You still have movement.
I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's it.
Okay, that's your turn. Rowan, it is now your turn. Sora, you are on deck.
I'm gonna back up 20 feet and do that charge again
Okie dokie.
on the same guy I've been goring relentlessly.
All right, he's going to take an attack of opportunity on you as you leave his melee range. He does not have pack tactics because he is not next to one of his compadres. And that is going to be a 20, not natural, to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
All right. And that is going to be a big 3 slashing damage. Roll the 1. I can't roll for nothing today. Just like last week. All right. And so yeah, so you back up to 20 feet. And then you charge once again. So roll your tusk attack. What you got? A 1 and that 1? You rolled a nat 1? Okay. Oh, okay. It's like, I can't be the only one to roll a nat 1 tonight.
Okay, so I rolled a 12, but I don't know if I have a plus with the tusks.
It should tell you what your plus to hit on your tusk roll is.
Okay.
So right where it says tusk.
It's +3, so
Okay.
15.
Yeah, absolutely hits. Absolutely hits.
Okay.
So roll. That's going to be 2d6 plus, I think it's 2. Actually, it's 2d6 plus 1.
11.
11 damage. All right. Let's see what that did to him. Okay, yeah. And the he has to make a strength check to see if he gets knocked prone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is 16. So he does not get knocked prone. However, he did take nice amount of damage as your tusks dig right into his shins again, just gouging more skin and flesh. More blood is he's like, oh fuck! Not happy. But then again, who would be with a large boar goring your legs? I'm sure
and an arrow sticking out of his side.
Yeah, I'm sure there are people who might enjoy that. This is not one of those people. All right, so that is your turn, Rowan. And now, it is up to Sora. Sora, it is your turn. You have sanctuary.
Okay.
You have sanctuary cast on you.
I'm gonna use half my movement to get up.
Alrighty. You are up.
Now, the ones by the gate, those are bad guys, right?
Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. And then you see, actually, you might not be able to see him. Make a perception check if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, you only see these guys. You have no idea what's happening over here.
Okay.
You've been asleep through most of it.
Yeah, no, I figured. I look around, assess the situation quickly. I decide I'm going to use magic missile on. Hold on. I think I'm going to use magic missile on the guy that's in front of. I think that's Squall, or that's Galen.
Well, this is Galen, and this is Squall.
The guy in front of Squall.
Okie dokie. Alright, so it's an automatic hit. And
Okay. Each one hits for 3. So that would be 9.
so 1d4 plus 1 for each one. So 9 altogether?
Yeah.
Alrighty. And so... Alright, so yeah, so you pull out your book. You can feel it thrumming in your hand, Sarah. And you watch as see, Jarina and Leah, since you're standing right next to her, you actually see this. She pulls, like, she has a book kind of strapped to her belt. And in a very, very fast, quick movement that you almost don't see, she unsnaps it, flips it open with one hand, and as she starts raising her hand towards the person that she's going to attack, you watch as almost this almost purplish blue arcane lights start to actually form from the book and seem to siphon from the book into her hand. And then as her hand opens and she points it at her intended target, three magic arcane darts shoot from her hand and just hit the guy in the chest. Squall, you can actually see the hide armor just completely start to rip open. It's still together, and you're not here, so you don't see it. But it's now starting to pull apart even more, and just as it impacts, he's still standing. But Galen, you can hear also what sounds like cracks, possible bones breaking in the chest. So that was your action, Sora. You still have some movement if you want to take it.
I think I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Alrighty. So, next up is Galen. Actually, before that, I just keep missing this point of order, so I apologize for this. So, first one, Lucy. Lucy, and this is, for this fight, we're not even going to worry about it, but just for future reference, and this was my fault, Lucy will actually roll his own initiative and act on his own turn from now on, but for this fight, it would have been on Leah's turn, right after Leah's turn. Lucy continues to run after this guy, following his master's last orders. So, and Leah, he's going to attack. So, roll Lucy's attack on this guy. And it's a shame, none of you can actually see what's happening. Some of you can see this guy, like from like almost like the half chest, like a bust, almost like from half of his chest up. You don't see what the hell's going on or what he's running from.
16.
16 does hit. So roll Lucy's attack on him.
It was 1d6, right?
It should be in his stats for the claw attack. Everybody should have their stats for everything that they have and everything that they're using up during a fight, just in case. So it's 1d4 plus 3.
I see it now.
Six damage. All right. He has to make a Constitution saving throw against the poison. He just makes it. So he does not get poison damage. But he does take that 6 damage from the claws. All right. Now it's Maya's turn. Maya flies over to you, Jarena. She is going to land on your shoulder. And she seems like she is. She looks like she's watching out, getting ready to, let you know if something's coming, or give you advanced warning, essentially. Bertrand moves over to the father. He's going to use his action to shake him awake, which succeeds. And he begins the process of actually trying to get the father up and get him to safety. Now, we're at the top of the round. Galen, it's your turn.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go behind the guy in front of Squall. I almost called him Squalland.
Alright, so this guy right here.
Yes.
Alrighty. Yeah, he does not look good. His armor's split open. There's blood pouring from the cut. See where the impact from the magic missiles hit him. Not doing well at all.
No, I want to go behind him.
You want to go behind him, okay?
Yes.
All right, behind him.
Yep. And I am going to knock him out.
Okay, so since you don't actually have a specific ability that does that, if you get him to 0, you can make the stipulation that you're not trying to kill him, but you just got to make sure you're saying it. So I know you're saying it now, but it would just be a normal attack, and we'll see where that puts us.
Okay. So do I still have disadvantage?
Yeah. Because of the poison.
Even-
You have disadvantage because of the poison. Because you are flanking, you do have advantage, so that would cancel it out. It would be one straight roll.
Okay. Alright, 24.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Roll for damage.
This is gonna probably kill him. 9.
9, but you did specifically say you're not trying to kill him.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you get behind him, and you essentially put him in a sleeper hold. And as you're holding, he's struggling, and he's trying to pull your arm off of him. He eventually passes out, and you drop him to the ground. Still, he seems like he's still breathing, but he is unconscious at the moment.
Alright. I will then go behind the other guy.
All right.
Do I still have flanking?
You do not. Not in your current position.
Okay. So I'm going to use my offhand attack and hit this guy.
If you moved here, you would.
Okay.
So you
I'll
have
move
enough
there
movement
then.
to do that, yeah.
Okay.
So now you have
Now.
flanking.
Yes. Now I'm going to use my offhand attack, which gets rid of my proficiency.
Yep.
11 plus 5, that's 16.
That does hit.
Okay. Alright. Holy shit, 9 damage.
All right. Okay, yeah. You hit him, and he takes the damage. You do hear another crack of some kind of bone that's now broken, but he's still up. He
And
does
then
not look
I
happy.
I say to him this: "You're outnumbered and outmatched. Surrender, or I'll force you down." And that's what I say to him.
Okay. Make an intimidation check for me.
Disadvantage?
Yep. Ability. No, actually, no, not disadvantage, because it's attacks and saving throws. So
Okay.
this is an ability check. So.
Okay.
However, you are drow in daylight, so I believe it might be. What is your daylight does daylight sensitivity say?
Hold on. I have to ask this.
Okay.
So when I first got that hat, because my disguise is up.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the pain of the light of the sunlight was dimmed or wasn't as potent.
No, that was only when you covered yourself up, but the effect of the daylight still took place. Because what the hat does, it just projects an illusion. It does not actually change who you are. Just an illusion. So.
And for a moment there, I thought it was nighttime.
So no, it's not.
Letting you know.
No. Yeah, this was like an hour. Remember, you got there a little early. You're an hour before sundown.
All right. Hold on. Let me see. Where would I find that?
It should be.
Here it is. Sunlight sensitivity. Perception checks.
Wouldn't the brim of his hat do some kind of protection?
Not really. It's more of.
It's a Robin Hood hat.
Yeah. There's not really like maybe a pimp hat, with a massive large brim, maybe.
Or my big wizard hat.
Yeah. Maybe, but.
Okay, so it's only on sight. And attack rolls.
All right, so attack and basically perception, anything on sight. Okay, yeah. So this would be a straight roll for you.
Okay. Uh, 16.
16. Okay. All right. As you say this to him, as you kind of threaten him, he kind of looks at you, and his eyes widen. And you get the impression that he might be actually looking through your disguise. And is frightened by what he sees.
I realize that he looks, and I give him a toothy grin.
Okay. Alrighty, so that is Galen's turn. It is now. Alright. Still this guy's turn. Still freaked out by Lucy. Scared and gonna do his damnedest to run away. Been completely useless most of this fight. Shit. Leah, roll attack of opportunity for Lucy.
You rolled a 17.
That does hit. So roll that 1d4 plus 3. Now we'll roll to see if he's poisoned.
6 total.
6 total. Right, and He is poisoned. So roll the poison damage for him.
Six.
Six poison damage. He screams and yells as Lucy just claws into the back of one of his legs, but does continue to run. Runs over to the corner here of this wall. He's going to take a shot at Galen. Galen seems to be the biggest threat. It's at disadvantage because of the poison running through his veins currently. Man, you are so lucky that it was at disadvantage because one of those was a nat 20. But I don't think a... yeah, I don't think a 15 hits you, Galen. Yeah, okay. Nope. So yeah, Galen, another crossbow bolt just whizzes by your head.
You gotta aim lower.
I'm
pretty much taunting him.
Mm-hmm. And that... So now he's gonna roll... Now he has to roll two things. He's got to roll to see if he's still scared. Fuck, he's still scared. And he's gonna roll to see if the poison... Actually, no, he rolls... Yeah, to see if he's still poisoned. Still poisoned. Okay. Yeah, so that happened. Leah, it is now your turn. Jarina, you're on deck.
So from what I can see, there's one bad guy between Galen and Squall, and then there's one on the floor with Ro.
Yeah.
Except for the guy in the tree.
Yeah, but you're vaguely aware of what's happening on the outside. But you can absolutely see what's going on in here.
Does Rowan look like she's having any problems?
Her magnificent tusks are filled with bits of blood and flesh. The bad guy in front of her, from the knees down, completely ruined and bloody. And he's kind of hobbling. That's kind of what you see.
How high is the wall?
On the sides, the wall is maybe about 3 feet high. On this side, it's about 5.5 to 6 feet tall.
I'm gonna run towards the wall, towards that corner where the guy is by the tree.
Okay.
Since I can see over the wall.
Okay.
So can I get that way so that we don't let him get away?
Okay, so you get here, and yeah, now from there you can absolutely see him. He is still obscured somewhat by the wall, but you can definitely see him much better now.
I'm gonna take a shot at him with the crossbow.
Okay.
+ 7 is 21.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits him.
I'm sorry, 6, so it's 20.
Nope, still hits.
So 1d6 + 4 is 8, and then I get 2d6 because it's engaged with Lucy, right?
No, he ran away from Lucy, so he's not engaged. And because Lucy is technically your familiar, the rules are very weird about it, but because he's your familiar, even if he was engaged with Lucy, you still would not get sneak attack.
Okay.
It's I don't know, the rules are a little odd on that, but yeah. So
I have eyes on Lucy though too.
Not yet. You get a general sense he's in this area. But yeah. So yeah, you got a shot off on him though. He got hit.
Okay.
He's like, ah! as he sees that what's going on. Okay, so that's your turn. Do you want to? So that was your movement. That was your action. You do have a bonus action if you want to use it.
I'm good.
Okay. It's Lucy's turn. Lucy is going to run, just continuing to follow your last order, which was tear him to pieces. Runs right back on him. Roll attack for Lucy. Uh, 13 misses. So Lucy runs up and tries to claw, and this time he's so freaked out by Lucy, he is like eyes on Lucy only as Lucy comes running up on him. And as Lucy just kind of claws at the back of his leg, he just kind of picks his leg up and goes, ah! And Lucy misses. Okay, so that's Lucy's turn. It is now Jarina's turn.
Okay. So just to recap, Rowan is still engaged with the enemy in front of her, and Galen. Am I close enough to hear Galen tell that enemy to surrender?
Make a perception check.
I wasn't very quiet about it.
Is it still at disadvantage because of the poison or ability check?
Ability checks are not from the poison. It is attacks and saving throws.
Oh, because D&D Beyond says attack rolls and ability checks.
Well, this poison, not so much. So it's
Different type of poison.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So, perception. Oh, I don't perceive shit with 10.
You heard Galen say something, but there's so much going on around you, you're not 100% sure what he said.
Okie dokie. I am going to turn around, move right next to Squall.
Okay.
I'm gonna face that enemy that Galen is looking at, and I'm going to cast Command.
Okie doke.
Grovel.
All right.
This is also
What
the first time I'm using it.
what do I have to what do I have to roll?
When I say grovel, hold on, use one word, command creature, must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or follow the command on its next turn. And the save DC is 12.
12. Okay. And that is going to be a failure. So, all right. So since you said grovel, he is now beginning to do exactly what you just commanded, and you all heard, like, it came out of Jarina's voice, but kind of echoed loudly. But in that direction of that individual. And you watch as he just kind of freezes for a moment and begins to slowly start to go down. But he won't actually do it until his turn. So he's not going to do it at this moment. He can only do it on his turn. Okay. So that was your action. Some movement. Oh, and sorry, you no longer have Sanctuary up since you cast that spell.
Yes. I am going to move. So that was 15. No, that would be 10 feet. I want to move right behind Leah.
Okay.
Perfect. And that's all.
That's it?
Yes.
Alrighty. Alright, so that was Jarina's turn. So, alright, so now it's the bad guy's turn. He is unconscious on the ground. He's gonna make a death saving throw. He succeeds. This one that you commanded, literally, now you watch as he just kind of gets down on both knees, and has the swords out in front of him, and is now literally groveling in your direction, Jarina. So that actually makes him prone. Then the other one that Rowan has gored, he is going to attempt to keep attacking this boar, who is not only freaking him out, but now is just like pissing him off because like now his legs are shredded and he's just like trying to keep standing, and it's pissing him off. So that is a nat 20. And so he is going, that's the first attack. So the first attack he hits you with, that is going to be 8 slashing damage to your boar. And then he slashes at you again. And I don't think a 5 hits. So, as he slashes again, you do once again deflect with one of your mighty tusks. Although the first hit did hit you.
The first hit knocked me down.
It brought you to 0?
Yeah.
How many hit points did you have left?
I had 8 hit points left.
Oh, exactly 8? Okay.
Yeah.
So you, after it knocks you down, you immediately revert back to Rowan form. So, but instead of one of your mighty tusks deflecting the second one, you just dodge out of the way. And go what? Completely, your body is still warping and shifting and changing. So it was that shift that actually helped the actual second attack miss. All right. Yeah, that's there's only 3 of them left, so that's all their turns. Next up is Phoebe. Phoebe, what would you like to do?
I am going to sorry.
Squall, you're on deck.
I'm going
Gotcha.
to move up to them within melee, and I'm going to take my hand axe.
Which one? The one in front of Rowan?
Yes.
All right. You can, if you want, come around this way.
Yeah, flank him.
Yeah. Okay. So that will cancel out the disadvantage from the poison. So it'll be one straight roll.
Cool. $16 hit?
A 16 does hit. Roll for damage.
Ooh, I get to use my new dice for this one. Oogie Boogie's dice gave me 7 damage.
7 damage, nice. Yeah, you slice across. You already see there's a lot of damage on the legs, so you figure, why not? And you just continue going after the legs. Now making slices across the tops of the legs instead of below the knee, like Rowan did. Still up, but now his legs are just oozing blood everywhere as he takes the damage. What else? Would you like to stay where you're at? move, do anything else?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Alrighty. Squall, you are up next.
Okay. There's an enemy prone in front of me, right?
Yeah, he's there. There are two actually. There's one that seems to be unconscious, bleeding out on the ground, and then there's another one who looks like he is just groveling in Jarina's direction.
Okay, I'm gonna take an attack on the one that's bleeding out and put it out of its misery.
Info.
Did we...
Uh,
Info.
you were-
Well, one of them is already subdued. The other one looks like it's dying.
Alright,
Doesn't look good.
So the one that's dying, you were standing right next to him, so you would have seen it. The one that's dying is the one that Galen, he basically put him in a sleeper hold until he passed out.
Oh,
and
okay.
then dropped him to the ground. You're not sure. You're not entirely sure why. And then Galen did threaten the one that's groveling. But the one that's groveling, it looks like he's doing it against his will, but he's doing it regardless.
Okay, then. Okay, I'm the one that's groveling. I'm going to attempt to grapple.
Okay. You do get. It's an attack. You will get advantage on this because he is prone. Yeah, but because you are poisoned, it basically is just a straight roll because it just cancels out the disadvantage.
Okay, this would be considered an unarmed strike, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Okay. That's looking like a 17.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits. So you, as he's on the ground, you just kind of get down, and you start putting him in a headlock, right? Trying to subdue him, and he is now technically grappled, which means his speed is 0, and all his attacks are at disadvantage, and he will at disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ending my turn there.
Okay, yeah. Because now you're just like just holding him, trying to keep him still. He doesn't seem, oddly enough, he doesn't seem like he's fighting you, as he's just groveling. All right, so that's your turn, Rowan. It is now your turn.
I'm really sick of this guy, and he's still standing up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him with my stick.
Okay, stick hit. Go for it. Your mighty druid stick of pain. And?
Does a 12 hit?
A 12 does hit.
Yes. Okay.
So what's the damage?
It says 1d8. It's a 3.
3 damage? Alright.
I hit him and I go, I have had enough of you! And I smack him.
Yep. Smack him on the top of the head, and he just goes, ow! He's still standing. Clearly he is very perturbed with the smack of your druid stick of pain. Would you like to move, or?
How far away am I from The guy who keeps trying to shoot Galen with Lucy on his butt.
You're not entirely sure. Maybe 60, 50, 60 feet away. A lot of things are happening very quickly. You're not entirely sure.
Okay. I have a bonus action left, though, right?
Mm-hmm. What you doing, Ron?
I want to charge up my shillelagh. Is that a bonus action?
Does
Yeah, it
this,
is.
yeah. So for future reference, you could have done your bonus action first.
Oh,
and no, that's fine. And you could have made your staff into your shillelagh, which would have gave you more damage from the attack.
Yeah.
But going forward, now you know. Knowing is half the battle. The other half is extreme violence. All right. Okay, yeah. So now your staff is glowing a nice light blue glow as it is imbued with your druid magic of shillelagh. All right. So it is now Maya's turn. Maya goes back to. She continues to fly with Jarina. Over to Jarina, just kind of staying there, seeing if she could be of any assistance, any help. Bertrand has gotten the father awake, and they seem to be making their way towards the back area of the mausoleum. And now we're back at the top of the round. Galen.
All right. Is the guy groveling still holding his weapons?
Yeah, he still has them in his hands, but he's holding them not in a way for attack, but a way that somebody would hold them in supplication. Just kind of like outward. He's still holding them by the handles, but not in an attack way. They're just kind of like here are my swords, almost like he's presenting them to somebody, but he's still holding them.
I take his swords away from him.
He's still holding them, so it's a strength check, a contested strength check. So roll a strength check. Straight strength check.
$17.
He also got a 17. So if I remember correctly, that still means that you win. So you get to pull one sword away. Well, actually, he only has the one sword. Never mind. He only has the one sword. So, you pull the sword away out of his hand.
Does he have another weapon or no?
He does have a crossbow strapped across his back.
Okay, never mind. I'd like to begin tying him up and gagging.
Well, that was your action to pull the sword away. So to do all of that would be another action which you don't have.
Okay. I'd like to take off his hood and see what he looks like.
All right. So you already did an action. A lot of what you're asking to do are actions. So you can prepare.
Okay.
You can prepare to do that stuff for the next turn, but you won't be able to do it right now because it was your whole turn to kind of wrestle it away from him, the sword away from him, and get it. So remember, your turn is only 6 seconds long in game time. So so you're doing all of this very, very quickly. Not a lot of time to do other things.
All right. I will begin the process of tying him up and then tell Squall, hey, you mind helping me tying this guy up?
Yeah, Squall's on top of him, just like holding him in almost like in a semi chokehold, sleeper hold. And he kind of looks at you like, "What the fuck do you think I'm doing?"
And Jarina, do you mind tying the other guy over there? And that is all I say.
Okay. All right. So it is now this guy's turn. He is seeing what's happening. Turns around. He's still afraid of Lucy, who is right next to him, and begins to run. Complete opposite way into what looks like a heavily wooded area. Still on the property of the Von Scott home, but starts to run into the trees. Make an attack of opportunity for Lucy, Leah.
19.
19 does hit. So roll the claw damage. I will see if he resists more poison damage. He actually does.
3.
3 damage. Okay. He resists the poison. He is going to roll. He's going to roll to see if he's still scared of Lucy. He is no longer frightened of Lucy. And he is going to roll to see if he still can resist the existing poison in his system. Nat 20. He does. So I guess I only roll well if I'm not attacking you guys, apparently. And he's going to use his action. Actually, he would have used his action also to dash. So you see him just running, just booking. Takes the slashing damage from Lucy's claws, and then just continues running. And Leah, you have eyes on him. You actually see him disappear into the trees. So that is his turn. Leah, it is now your turn.
Is the guy in a position where I could chase after him and get a shot off?
You could try if you like, yeah. He's just getting. He's at the point where he is just getting into the tree line, right? So you can still see him, but he is about maybe 60 feet away from you.
All right, I'll use my movement.
So do you want to like climb the? You want to go over the actual wall?
I can hop over the little fence.
Okay. Make a dexterity check for me. A quick dexterity check.
The base roll was a 19, so let me check.
Don't even worry about it. You just like with cat-like grace, you run towards the. You don't even touch the wall as you dive over, roll, and then immediately back on your feet on the other side and continue to move. And as you get to the tree, you do see Lucy kind of starting to turn and run after the guy as well.
Okay.
So that's your full movement.
I'm going to take a shot at him with the crossbow.
Okay. And what's the crossbow's range again?
80 feet.
That's the minimal? Or is that the max?
The maximum says 320.
Okay, so that's the minimum. All right, yeah. So it would still be at disadvantage because of the poison.
I rolled a 20 and a 19, so the 19 would be 25.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Seven damage total.
7 damage total. Yeah, you watch as you shoot. His shoulder jerks, and you know that you did hit him, and he just keeps running. All right. So that's your turn. It's now Lucy's turn. Unless you give him a different order, he is going to continue running after this guy.
I'm just gonna look to him real quick and say, if you can't catch him, come back to me.
As you say that, he's 2 feet tall. He just kind of looks at you, and there's a huge little toothy grin comes across his face, and he just starts running, and just like, pew, and he uses his movement and his dash action, and runs right up to the guy. No issues. However, because he uses action to dash, he won't be able to attack. But he absolutely was able, no issue, to catch up to him. Okay, so that's Lucy's turn. That was all that Lucy could do in that turn. Jarina, it's now your turn.
Okay, I turn to the guy that Galen wanted me to tie up. And I'm gonna tie him up.
All right, so you move up, over, and you go to start tying him up. Considering that Galen has taken away his sword, Squall is literally on top of the guy. There's really no issues in tying him up. I will say, however, make a straight dexterity check for me, because the guy still is, struggling a little bit. You would get advantage on this because he is being held by Squall. It's a straight dexterity check.
14.
14. Okay, yeah, without issue. You know he's still squirming, but every now and then Squall just like kind of like punches him in the back of his neck, and he's like, "Stay still." And you're able to, and he's still kind of in the groveling position, so it's not too difficult. So you're able to tie him up, and you can start seeing him actually coming out of the effect of the command spell now. All right.
Got it.
So that's
as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
I want to cast a healing word on Squall.
Okay, no problem.
Squall, you get 5 more health.
Cool.
And I end my turn.
All right, it is now everybody else's turn, the bad guys. So the one that is in between Rowan and Phoebe, as Phoebe kind of slashed and Rowan, knocked him, conked him on the top of the head. He's trying to figure out who he's going to go after. Phoebe seems at the moment to be the bigger threat, and he is going to try to attack Phoebe. And that is going to be a 20 to hit, not natural. On the first hit, Phoebe, you take 5 slashing damage. And then he slashes at you again. And this one misses. He does not hit you with a 6. And he now seems like he is freaking out. He sees all his comrades dead on the ground. He sees another one being tied up. He seems like he's not running, but he's just freaking out. The fight or flight is kind of all over him, but he doesn't know which one to do. The one that is bleeding out, he's gonna another death saving throw. That is another success. And the one that's tied up, yeah, he's essentially at this point he's incapacitated for this round. He's no longer in the effect of the command spell. So now he's just like, just kind of like cursing and let me go, fuck you. Yeah, that's pretty much all they could do. So next up is Phoebe and Squall on deck. What would you like to do, Phoebe?
I'm gonna take my hand axe to his legs again.
All right, go for it. Hand axe of pain. Rowan and Phoebe, the Pallid Elf Pain Sisters. Oh yeah.
17.
17 does hit.
Timber!
Take out my boogeyman dice again. It gave me 8 damage.
8 damage. So you hit him with your hand axe in the leg, and you feel the hand axe sink into the meaty flesh of his thigh and hit bone. And you see the shock on his face, and you yank the hand axe out, and a spurt of blood just kind of comes gushing out of the wound, and you watch from the little bit of skin you can see around his eyes from the hood that's obscuring his face, the color drain, and then he just drops to the ground, unmoving.
About fucking time.
Okay. And next up would be Squall. Is there anything you would like to do? I'm sorry. Phoebe, do you want to move or do anything? You have some movement. Do you want to move before we move to Squall?
Where's the other guy? I can't see him very well.
Oh, there's 2 guys here. And the other guy who was out here, he's essentially run off the map. He is running into the tree line. You actually would not be able to see him from where you're at.
I'm gonna go closer to where the other 2 goons are at, so.
Okay. Alright, you get it closer there. Alright, Squall, now you're up. Sorry about that.
I'm gonna hold an attack action just to, in case anybody starts getting a little rowdy. But otherwise, I think I'm just gonna stand down for right now.
Okay, so you're just gonna hold your attack action.
Yeah.
Yep, no problem. Rowan, it's your turn. Would you like to do anything?
Yeah, I want to go to the Reverend and to Bertram and cast healing on them. Cure wounds.
Well, they didn't take any damage.
Well, aren't they poisoned?
They are poisoned, but they don't look. While they're kind of like doubled over a little bit and a little bit pale, they don't seem like they've taken any damage per se. So you would assume that they're under the similar effects of the poison that you are.
Can I cast it on myself?
Yeah.
Will it get rid of the poison effect?
No, Healing Word does not remove poisons. All right, Sora, it is now your turn.
Things seem mostly in hand, so I think I'm going to stand down and I'll be ready just in case.
Okay. So you're going to just take like the dodge action just in case something happens, someone tries to attack you? Okay. All right. Well, for the sake of this combat, there doesn't seem to be any more threat to all of you. so we can be out of initiative. However, at this moment, Lucy and Leah do still seem to be somewhat engaging with this individual who is running away. So, I will say this. Leah, what would you like to do?
My objective is to catch him alive and question him. But if we can't, we'll kill him.
Okay. So I will say this. At this point in time, he has disappeared into the tree line. And the tree line is fairly heavy. So once he went into the tree line, you lost visual on him. But you did see Lucy give chase after him. The further Lucy gets from you, you start to feel like you're losing that connection with him. Like you can still feel, it's very odd. You can feel like Lucy's presence, even when you don't see Lucy, but it's starting to weaken the further Lucy gets away. I'm gonna ask you to roll a d20 for me, and this is going to determine what happens between Lucy and this individual.
I rolled an 18.
An 18. At about 120 feet or so, you can still feel Lucy, but the connection is very, very weak. And you start to kind of mentally call out to Lucy, and there's no response.
I'm gonna try to run closer to tell her to return.
Okay, you start making your way toward where you saw Lucy run into the woods. As you get up to, you get into the tree line at about 60 feet or so. You can see what looks like some bushes rustling. You run up to the bushes, and as you run up to the bushes, you see Lucy on the back of this individual, tearing the flesh out of his back and ripping him open. You can actually see bone and muscle from the back. And as you kind of walk up to Lucy and see this happening, Lucy looks up at you and goes,
"I did good, yes, master?"
Excellent job. Come on, let's go back.
Lucy stops, jumps down, and just starts to slowly follow you.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and see if I have any leftover cookies from my last trip to the bakery.
Okay.
And give one to Lucy. Would you like a cookie?
He kind of looks up at you. And as you look at his face, you can see there is blood and bone and flesh in his teeth. And the smile slightly goes away, and he looks up at you and goes,
"Yes, master. I like cookies very much."
And I give him a cookie.
He takes the cookie and just...
Is that guy still alive?
Oh no, that guy's very dead.
Okay,
Like the one that Lucy went after? Yeah, that dude is very, very dead.
Okay.
So, alright. So with that, at this point, while this is happening with Leah and Lucy, the rest of you, Bertrand is actually at this point kind of calling out for guards. Guards are starting to arrive, and it's not Crown's guard. It's actually the guard that you saw earlier in the in basically on the grounds that seem to be employed by the actual family. And Bertrand's like, clean up this mess, gather what you can, and then kind of points to the one that's tied up, and the one that actually seems to now, who's unconscious on the ground, seems to actually be coming out of it. One of the guards rushes up to that one and actually starts to put these manacles on both his wrists and his feet. He says, bring them in the house, find the room for interrogation, and call a doctor, because something is wrong. And he kind of looks at all of you and he says, to the house quickly. You all make your way to the house. Leah, you do eventually catch up with the group as you kind of see them making their way to the house. You are now flanked by guards all along the sides, basically the sides of you, as they are now like watching. You can see now guards starting to actually patrol, like go into the forest area, wherever there's heavy tree cover, and they look like they're starting to do a perimeter search. You do make it into the home, into the Von Scott mansion. You are led to the large like waiting area. And Bertrand is kind of like, he's very heavily breathing. One of the guards is actually holding him up. There's another guard holding up the father. They are conscious, and they seem very, very like weakened and out of it. But Bertrand, even in this state, Bertrand is still like giving orders. And he says, give them a place to clean up, and we have extra rooms, so give them whatever they need. And he kind of motions to all of you. All of you are led to your own individual rooms up on the second floor of the mansion. Beautiful rooms, large rooms. Each of the rooms has like a poster bed, 4-poster bed. With the hangings on the sides, above it and on the sides. There are wash bins. Beautiful. The furniture in there is beautiful. There are some tapestries with both Arathis and Von Scott imagery on it. And the guards that lead you there says, "We will call you as soon as we hear anything. We have to get the doctor." And then just they leave. There is one guard who seems to be kind of like assigned to all of you in this whole kind of shuffle, and he kind of comes over and goes, "If you need anything, just let me know. I'll take care of it. But I'm not to leave your side."
Thank you.
So, and all of this is happening like very like whirlwind, very rushed. And now like you can see like there are so many things happening. There are guards all around. You can Sora, you can actually see and feel magical, like just magical auras just start to slowly appear. Not of individuals, but there's magic now that wasn't there previously, kind of coming to life all around you in the household.
Okay, can I tell whether or not it's coming from objects or words or anything like that?
Make an Arcana check for me.
Is my disguise still up?
Yeah, your disguise is still up at this point. You have maybe about 15 or 20 minutes left on it, I'd say at this point.
Okay.
You're unsure because of the how quick everything happened. You kind of lost track of time. What'd you get, Sora?
12.
12? You're not entirely sure what kind of magic this is, but it does seem to be emanating now from the walls. And you all can hear yelling and screaming coming from downstairs, and yelling, just people giving orders, guards scurrying around. Things are happening at this point. And it's at this moment that we will actually take our break, because we had a very long battle, finished up that battle, so we desperately need a break at this point. So we're going to take about a 20-minute break. Let's get back. We're going to come back around 10. And once we do, we'll see what happens from there after this interesting funeral memorial service that you all have all attended. So we'll be back, and we'll see you then. And we are back. Thank you for bearing with us. As I said previously, technical difficulties will always exist, no matter what you do to avoid them. But thank you for waiting. We do appreciate it. All right. So, you are now currently all in the Von Scott Manor. Since this strange attack that has happened to all of you during the memorial service for both Edward and Hope, things have been very, very crazy. For the last hour or so, you have essentially been left to your own devices within these very, very beautiful, spacious rooms. All on the same floor, on the second floor, and all adjacent to each other. And within this hour that has passed, you all feel the effects of the poison wear off. Yes, Ron.
I was going to ask to get some charcoal from the guard, but if the poison's wearing off, there's no point.
Okay. So during this time, if there's within this hour or so that you're all left to your own devices, if there's anything that you would care to do, now would be the time.
I would like to talk to Squall.
What's up, Gun?
So, you seem to have a fan club.
Do I? Yeah, they did seem particularly interested in me, but
So, since you're from the capital, and I'm assuming you lived in a very rich home, do you have rivals of any kind, by any chance?
no, not exactly.
Do you have enemies, loose ends of any kind?
I don't know of any particular enemies. I do have a bit of a monkey on my back, so to speak. But I think they're more of I think they're more in my interest. But I don't really. It's a little gray area. I don't, but no, I don't think. I'm not expecting anybody. Like I'm not. But maybe because I made myself somewhat known, and but that maybe it's sparking a new interest.
So, I don't mean to make this sound like an interrogation, but because of recent events, I just want to make sure we're not gonna die again because of you. No offense.
Again, how?
Listen, we just gotta make sure. I'm just making sure you're not. I don't know.
I don't think you guys have anything to worry about. Like I said, as far as as far as I know, I'm not tailing any kind of aggressor.
Okay. Just thought I'd make sure. Or check.
Your guess is as good as mine, friend.
Okay. That's all, DM.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so Leah, Lucy has been invisible since you all made your way back to the manor, but you can feel that Lucy is very close to you.
Was I able to clean Lucy up so I'm not covered in, dead guy chunks?
Well, Lucy did, like I said, Lucy did make themselves invisible unless you specifically instructed them to do otherwise. What would you like to do?
I'm going to clean Lucy up a little bit because, chunks can fall off and they won't be invisible.
Yeah, does Lucy have like little bloody footprints? Just like little bloody footprints walking down the hall?
Make a perception check, Rowan.
21.
21. You almost can't make them out next to the, like, there are like tracks of mud and dirt that are being tracked throughout the manor currently with all of the activity that's happening. But actively looking, you do see the tiniest 3-pointed feet, bloody footprints mixed in with the dirt and other footprints among the floor mess. Leah, you do in your room. You do start to clean up. Lucy is while you're doing this, Lucy is no longer invisible, and just kind of staying still. Make a perception check for me.
Eight and 6 is 14.
14. Lucy looks a little bit uncomfortable as you're doing, but is not like complaining or anything, but like very much is just kind of like standing there, allowing you to do all this, but is just like looks very uncomfortable. Oh, did we lose her? Yeah, I think we lost her.
Yeah, I hear her talking, but not through the headphones.
It's just one issue after the other. It's crazy.
Yeah, today is crazy with these technical issues.
Discord's just like, no, I had enough of this shit.
It's Windows too. I had like 6 updates that like all came at the same day.
All right.
My Bluetooth no longer works, which is why I'm wearing my these headphones.
All right. Well,
Jesus,
we'll wait for Leah to get back.
Yeah, my Discord has been having problems like a few days ago when my Windows updated.
Right.
So hopefully it's past these problems on my end.
Well, let's not dwell on it. Let's just continue. All right. So that's happening with Leah. She's cleaning up Lucy. And does anybody else want to do anything within that hour that you are kind of left to your own devices?
DM, check your messages.
Yep, I saw that.
I think I'm just gonna sit in my room and read my book and my notes.
Okay.
It seems like I might need to be prepared.
Sure. No, that's not an issue.
After about 45 minutes, I leave my room and I check on everyone to make sure everyone's okay. If they need any healing or whatnot.
Okay. You can, within this hour as well, take a short rest if you like.
I think Leah said she needs healing, so I'm going to give her a little healing.
Okay.
I'll take a short rest after my talking with Squall.
Sure, no problem. All right, and within this hour, you all, there are wash bins and things like that, so you are able to not only take your short rest, but you are also able to, in addition to taking your short rest, to clean yourselves up and kind of start contemplating all the craziness that just happened, trying to figure out, what the hell's going on. Rowan, about an hour, during this hour that's going by, you're kind of in your room, and the room is spacious. It's a beautiful room. You could easily fit your whole entire, your entire companions, your group of companions in this room, and still be left over with room for maybe about another 6 people. Like it is a fairly large room. There are no windows in this room. You seem to be kind of in a space where this room is not against any kind of exterior wall, so there are no windows in this room, and so it is lit by what looks like torchlight. But this goes for the same in all of your rooms, is that there are these, they're not, it's not actually torchlight. It is these magic globes, similar to the blue globes that have that appear, that line the exterior cobblestone to the home. But these are a facsimile of actual real torchlight, but similar globes, and they're just kind of hanging in the corners, and they don't light the room entirely, but just enough so you're not like stumbling around in the dark, and not also like completely dark. Like it's just like a nice warm glow that gives you light enough that you need. And Rowan, as you're kind of contemplating your next move and the thing that you would like to do, you hear behind you, hi. So, you're the one, huh? And you turn around, and almost coming out of the shadows, like literally coming out of a shadow in the corner of the room, is a small individual figure. They are about 3 foot tall, completely swaddled in what looks like a black cloak with the hood up. And as they say this and kind of come out of the shadow, they pull back the hood, and you see in front of you a female gnome. Very, very dark tan skin, head completely shaved with the exception of a ponytail, almost like a top knot in the back of her head, that actually comes up and gives her just a little more height, maybe like an inch or two, and then kind of spills down into a braid going behind her head. She's got dozens of tiny scars around her face. Not disfiguring her in any way, but definitely lends her face some character. There's absolutely some kind of story there. But outside of that, you can't make out anything else of what she's wearing because the rest is robed. And she kind of looks at you. She goes, "Yeah, so the fixer sent me to check up on all of you, yeah?"
Well, the shit's starting to hit the fan.
Oh, so you're also a master of what's in front of you. I see that, yeah. No shit. She kind of looks around a little bit. She goes, you might want to gather the other fuck-ups and tell them to come in here, because I don't like repeating myself.
What's your name?
It's not important right now. What's important is you get the rest of them in here so we can have a conversation, yeah?
I do as she says.
Okay. So everybody, Rowan begins to knock on each of your doors and asks you to join her in her room. Do you all accept?
All right.
Why?
I accept out of curiosity.
Yeah, I'm in.
Galen asks why. Can't hear you.
You're coming in or you're not. You're in or you're out.
But I asked a simple question. Why?
And I can explain it to you in the room.
Oh.
Fine.
Okay. We don't see Leah, so I'm gonna hope that she comes.
She's coming along.
All right.
She said she didn't realize she was her thing went away again.
Yeah, it hasn't been up. It hasn't
Hasn't
been
been up at all, Lauren. I thought you were working on it. Oh, it froze again.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, like I said, the technical issues all around, unfortunately. All right. So one by one, each of you begins to go into Rowan's room. Rowan hasn't come back into her room yet. And as you all enter the room, you see that Rowan has a similar room to all of you.
Okay.
You all decide to, take your place, either sit down on her bed, or there are 2 chairs in the corner you can sit on if you like, in one of the corners, or just stand. And as the rest of you begin to enter, most of you come into the room. All of you come into the room. Rowan comes in last, closes the door behind her, and Rowan, as you look around, you don't see this individual.
I sit down and wait expectantly.
Okay, so all of you just watch Rowan sit down and say nothing. And so now you're all just kind of standing there in silence.
Are you gonna tell us what's going on?
I say to no one in particular, we're all here now.
About 30 seconds go by, and Rowan, you start to get a little, like, self-conscious, like, what the hell's going on? And then the rest of you hear, yeah, but you got a new person there. And you all, like, spin around, and out of the corner where there is like a shadow, like a natural shadow, you watch as this individual comes out of the shadow, not out of the corner, out of the shadow. Black cloaked in robe, 3 feet tall. They kind of come out of the shadow, pull their cloak, pull the hood back, and you do see, as I described before, female gnome, dark skin, small, a dozen or so small scratches around her face, completely shaven head with just like a ponytail in the back. He goes, "So who's this?" And she kind of points to Sora.
My name is Sora. I just joined them a couple of days ago.
She has maps and things that we need to continue on our journey.
She looks very, like, suspiciously at Sora, and then kind of looks around at all of you, kind of shakes her head. She goes, "Yeah, all right, whatever. So, all right. So, ask your friend here to get all of you here, because I don't like repeating myself. I am a friend of the Fixers. He sent me here because he heard you all done fucked up. So I'm here to kind of assess the situation, possibly make recommendations, and if necessary, pull your asses out of the proverbial fires. Do I make myself clear?"
Crystal.
Yes.
How did we fuck up?
Well, that's what we're going to here to determine and talk about, yeah?
Okay.
So, yeah. Well, initially, I wasn't here per se. I was helping along with an investigation by the local lawmaster over some crazy incident having to do with the former lawmaster of Troston Ward, who apparently ain't dead.
Yeah, because we rescued him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So, but I came here because I have particular talents, and they asked basically if I would confirm certain things. So, initially, I was here to talk to all of you. I basically let you know what happened with this investigation and kind of see what I could do to possibly help. But then the weirdest thing happened. You all got fucking attacked. And one of yous, and she turns very, very clearly looking at you, Squall, and was very, very popular with the attackers.
Okay.
So, there's a lot more going on here, isn't it? So, yeah. Nobody's got nothing to say for themselves, not at all.
I don't even think we understand what just happened.
I'd like to know a little bit more. Maybe he can fill us in.
Sure, why not? And she just kind of like pushes past all of you. She jumps up on the bed. She's standing on the bed, and she kind of pushes you off of the bed, Rowan. And she says, "All right, let me fill you all in." So apparently, the lawmaster here really doesn't like you. Any of you.
Okay.
In fact, she's got the biggest hate on for all of you that I've ever seen. It's incredible. I'm surprised that you're all not thrown into prison. But you know, stranger things has happened. And the strangest thing I heard was that the guy you saved basically pulled your asses out of the fire. Made you part of his household. I don't really think you know what that means. So, alright, great. You all now part of his household. You're safe from the lawmaster. That doesn't really save you from the Empire and their prying eyes. Especially given that we're in the middle of a bloody war. And they really, really, really are looking at even their own citizens to see if they're spies. And Mr. Blueskin's just willy-nilly walking around Trustin Ward with his wavy floating hair. And you, she points at you, Galen, thinking your stupid little hat is going to stop everybody from saying who the hell you are hanging out with Mr. Blueskin here. Right? So you got that going on, right? And then, now you got that, right? And the lawmaster really fucking hates you. So let's combine all those things, right? Anybody want to have a guess what that's going to do for you? Anyone? Just just call it out. I don't need hands. Just call it out.
We won't be able to travel freely amongst the Empire.
Oh, that's a good one. Anyone else? Anyone?
Bounty on our heads.
It will come back to Bertrand.
Oh, see that? And she points at you, Phoebe. Yeah, that's a smart one right there. Yeah. Bertrand pulled your asses out of the fire, but now his ass is in the frying pan. He has essentially taken your place, as has his family. Now, granted,
Still haven't done anything wrong.
Well, here's the good news. So I did a little bit of investigating, and as I did say, you all have my own particular talents, and I was able to confirm many parts of your story to the lawmaster, much to her chagrin. And that was the good news I was going to tell you when I came. But, Oh, that shit goes flying out the window. Because guess who's downstairs with a shit ton of Crown's Guard looking to throw all of you in prison.
On what
For getting
charge?
attacked. Yeah, for getting attacked at a funeral.
You all brought this, according to her, on this household. Obviously, they was looking for Mr. Blue Boy here. Or at least they needed him for something. So she wants to take you down for questioning, right? And considering her already existing hate on for all of you, do you all really think you're going to be getting out of Trusting Wall anytime soon?
All we want to do is get out of Trusting Wall. They won't let us leave.
Trust me, all I want to do is get you the fuck out of Trusting Wall at this point. Because not only is it going to be good for you, it's going to be good for this family. All right? And honestly, I don't need the headaches. I got enough of my own problems going on right now. I'm essentially, as she kind of looks around, she jumps off the bed. She goes over to the door, locks it, puts her ear to it for a moment, pushes past all of you again, jumps on the bed. I am essentially the Fix's counterpart here in the Empire. Now, I don't really know how much you know about what he does, where he's at. But if you know anything, even if it's the tiniest amount, I do more because I'm not retired. So the last thing I need is to be babysitting you lot. So, here's what's going to happen. Bertrand has been basically telling the lawmaster that she can't talk with any of you until he talks with you. She is all tied herself into a quick little knot because she can't talk with you. If it was up to her, she would already had you all in chains down at the office. So, you need to talk with Bertrand. You need to tell him whatever he wants to know because he is your patron, as he has taken you into his family. Don't lie to him. But you need to tell him you all need to get the fuck out of Trusting Wall tonight. No questions asked. No worries, no problems. Now, obviously, he's going to say whatever he's going to say. I'm not sure what that might be. But whatever he does say, you need to convince him that it's safer for all of you and all of them, and by them I mean his family, to get the fuck out tonight. Now you've got, and she points to Sora, you got Miss Maps there, yeah, according to you. So, use her. Now, I will also say that all of this craziness that has happened in the last hour or so is probably going to speed up the timeline of the Lawmaster making sure the rest of the Empire knows who you lot is. So moving on from this point, you are going to have to be extra cautious and extra careful. I don't care what that means, and I don't care what that you decide it entails. I don't need to be called upon again for all of you. This is going to be the only visit you get from me. And in fact, this is a favor being used up by the Fixer that I owe. After this, I don't have to do shit he asks for. As I said, he's retired. I'm not. So, does that fill you all in?
It does.
Yes, boss.
Sounds good.
Yeah. She looks at you specifically, Squall. You got any clue what the fuck that was all about?
No, not really. Aside from the fact that, clearly they don't like me, but I don't really know what purpose I serve them.
Clearly, yeah. You just, I mean, I guess there's something about you. You know, maybe let's see, you're in an empire town, and you're for the freaking dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, if I know that, it's just a matter of time before everybody knows that. And these could be anybody. Interrogations are underway, as you would expect currently, from the two that you did manage not to kind of kill. And what the fuck was up with the one with his back tore out? Like, well, who did that? And she's just like looking at all of you expectantly, like waiting for an answer.
I look at Leah.
That is not for us to exactly say. And then I look at Rowan.
I was a boar for a little while. I don't really know what I was doing.
She starts.
I was gouging and tusking.
She starts squinting her eyes. Yes. Right. Yeah.
That could have been me, but there was so much going on and so quickly.
Yeah, just point of order. Ripping the back out of somebody all the way to the muscle and bone is not exactly low profile. So
that guy got attacked by animals.
Make a deception check, Leah.
We couldn't hear you.
16 plus 4. 20, not natural.
Okay. She kind of looks at you, and she kind of sighs, and she goes, yeah, animals. Gotcha. Right. Well, my advice is you probably not want to hang out with those kind of animals. Especially if you're going to leave. If you're going to leave, bodies, wherever you go, probably not best to leave a signature. Right? So just, a little bit of advice while you got me here. She just continues to kind of like look at all of you up and down. Like she's reading all of you. It's a little disconcerting. Like her gaze and her stare is very hard. And she doesn't, like, when she meets your eyes, she doesn't turn away. And she just kind of like lingers for a moment and then just continues to move on to each of you.
Did any of the people that attack us have tattoos?
Well, you know what? I'm not part of the interrogation, so I don't know.
Okay.
I'll probably know soon, but my hope is by the time I figure it out, you will all be gone.
Okay.
So, now that I've caught you all up to speed, let me say congratulations on the good work of bringing back a guy who everybody thought was dead, rescuing him and bringing him back. Good job. That was a pretty good job.
It seems it was the worst thing we ever did.
Well, and she kind of looks.
Nothing but grief.
She looks at you and she chuckles a little bit, and she goes, "Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah."
Exactly.
Right. See, now if it was like, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 of you who brought them back, right? And one of you wasn't a crick. And one of you wasn't actually from the dynasty, probably be like, a little bit of investigation, a little celebratory dinner, maybe a reward here or there, and then send you on your way. You are a large group who showed up with not only a long lost dead guy, One of your companions is dead.
Mm-hmm.
One of you's from the dynasty, and one of you's a crick.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. It's like, you know what I could do? It might just make things easier. I could go get like a big can of paint, a red paint, and just paint bullseyes right on all of your chests before you go. If I'm not making much sense, maybe that'll clear things up for you. Get smart with me again, and I just walk. Well, you got me here. You better shut up and listen. Sounds like the fixer was coddling all of you, and I don't know why he was. You got a big problem here. You're not taking it seriously. Empire's at war. You think you're just going to be able to walk around the Empire, have no consequences? Considering everything I just said and who you are? Even at the best of times, even if there was no war, you'd still have all these problems. So, my best advice, get Bertrand to agree to let you all leave tonight. I don't care where you go from this point on. Just make sure, wherever you go, however you get there, you keep it on the down low. You don't make a big stink. And even though you are a large group, I've known large groups to fucking disappear in this empire. By both their own means or by the empire disappearing them.
So that wasn't the Empire that attacked us then?
I told you, I don't know. I found out soon enough because that is my bread and butter, is information. But as at this point, they are the guests of the current lawmaster.
Okay.
You, and she kind of points to you, Jarina. What?
In Gnomish, I ask, how are we supposed to make him not stick out like a sore thumb if this guy's disguise is not even suitable?
She kind of looks at you, and you all don't know what Jarina's saying, but she clearly points at Galen while she's saying it. And she kind of looks at you, and she responds in Gnomish. She looks at you. He goes, "Well, if he wasn't walking around the whole time, getting in people's faces, and acting like he belongs here, you probably wouldn't have the problems you have. He clearly doesn't belong here, and he should be going home. I don't know why the fuck he's here. And while he's with you, he's a liability." And she switches back to common. So, now that I've made my position very clear, and don't get me wrong, I was very serious about the good work, about bringing Bertrand back, because from my investigation, you in some deep shit. And somehow you only got out with one dead. That's pretty lucky in my case. My line of work. So I was very sincere. Good job. And this is kind of why I'm a little perturbed, as it were. Clearly, you're able to work together. Clearly, you are able to get things done. But the one thing you don't seem to be able to do is not draw attention to yourselves. So maybe that's what you need to all figure out together. Because trust me, in the next few weeks, the whole empire is going to know you exist. And that includes probably some pieces of the empire you wish didn't know who you were. So, before I leave, any questions, concerns, comments?
Most of our business is to be done in the Empire. If we flee, how are we going to get anything done?
Sounds like a you problem. As I said, maybe you should figure out how to do things kind of low key. Now, granted, there are adventures that run around the Empire all the time. There's nothing wrong with adventurers. When you start making a name for yourself, whether it's a good name or a bad name, people will begin to notice.
And we're still tracking the Myriad.
She jumps down off the bed, runs up to you, grabs you right at the scruff of it, reaches up and pulls you down to her face. Well, number one, don't fucking say that name out in public at all around anyone. As far as you're concerned, they don't exist. If you go around saying that name in front of anyone outside of this room, you think Blue Boy's got a problem? The Myriad exists, but doesn't want anyone to know they exist. And the Empire is very happy to let people think that they eradicated them. You and I both know they exist. But don't start spreading it around. Because you think you got problems with the Empire. You try having problems with the Myriad. She lets go of you. That's something no one can help you with. Not me, not the fixer. Be careful.
Sure, boss.
Anyone else?
Where could we hide if we were to lay low for a bit?
She looks at you. She goes, somewhere off the map. Weird enough. The bigger the city, you can find places to hide in the city. But if I was you,
Menagerie Coast.
oh yeah, you could absolutely get lost in the Menagerie Coast. No problems. Problem there is everybody's probably as cutthroat as anybody else. If you all of a sudden get a price on your heads, you'd be looking over your shoulder the whole time. But considering the Empire and the Menagerie Coast is probably your best bet. However, if you need to stay in the Empire, like you said, take care of certain issues and certain things, then what you probably need to do is just don't go to certain towns. If you do, keep low profile. That's the best I can offer you. Best advice I could give. You know,
Thank you.
If I was you, considering, and she kind of like grandly, broadly just gestures to all of you. You're an adventuring party. Do some adventuring. Make some money. Help some people. Because what it looks like to me is that you all got these individual problems and you're not working together. You start helping people, make a good name for yourselves. Adventurers can still keep a low profile, but nobody will hear about, oh, you do something wrong and you fuck up. The first thing they'll say is, oh yeah, there's a big blue guy with them. right? But if you do something nice for them, you get paid. You're more inclined to get some help. People will be less apt to remember things about you other than you helped them. But again, this is a decision you all have to make, decision you all have to come to. I will say this, and I'm so certain of this. If you don't leave Trustingwald by tonight, by tomorrow, you will all be in the prison.
Okay.
I can guarantee it. Anything else?
No.
Very well. You will not see me again. Don't bother looking for me. I was never here. She kind of pulls the hood off over her head, jumps off the bed, and she kind of like backs up like through all of you until she's at the shadow again. She kind of looks at all of you, she kind of shakes her head just slightly, and then she melds into the shadow.
Well, we are in the shitter now, aren't we?
What the hell have I joined?
Are you
You've
sure you
joined
still want
hell.
to come with us?
I mean, I'm all for adventure, but maybe you should clue me in on everything that's going on.
It's a bit of a long story. We have two rambunctious morons in our group that has obviously caused us trouble. That's the gist of it.
Boy, I
Well,
hope
I'm
you're not
sorry
talking
if
about
I
me.
Well, I'm sorry if I don't know anything about magic.
I'm not naming names.
Okay, because I haven't done anything.
All we did was save a fucking guy.
The bottom line is we have to be honest with each other. I know jack shit about any of you other than Jarina. Because aside from her, we have something in common. We don't know much about ourselves given our situations. I don't know anything about any of you. And unless we know more about each other, we're gonna keep finding ourselves in deep shit.
Sounds good. However, I think
Squaller,
we should take
are you
the
sure
advice.
you don't know who attacked us?
I promise you, I believe you. Like I told Galen, I don't have any aggressors to my knowledge. I know because of my stature that I'm being watched, but from my understanding, it's not something that should be putting us in danger. It seems as though this was a completely unrelated endeavor, but
It
one
wasn't
that
unrelated. She was right. You were very popular.
My
popular
only
for their reasons, not for any that are tailing me that I'm aware of.
My only guess is that the Lore Master sent those people after us because she was
Right.
targeting you. That's my
That-
only guess if you have no knowledge of why they attacked you in the first place. That's just a theory.
That would make more sense in this context, which again, it's just putting us in a bad place at a bad time. But ultimately, like I have done nothing to bring this upon me aside from just being from where I'm from. But I did try to maintain as a low profile. But again, our presence was our group's presence was known from the beginning, so it's a little impossible. But
Can I
Yes,
tell if
Serena?
he's lying?
Make an insight check on Squall.
I would also like to make an insight check.
Yeah, go ahead, Trina.
As much as I think it would be a good idea to share campfire stories about our pasts, I think our priority should be to leave and get to, I don't know, some place that isn't a town.
Oh, quite right. But we will have this conversation because I am done traveling with strangers. What I have to do is very important.
So do I.
I rolled an 11.
Well, clearly you don't have your priorities straight if you're fucking up everything.
Jarina, what'd you get? Hold on. Jarina, what'd you get?
14.
14. Squall?
Oh, I'm rolling. What am I rolling?
So you don't have to say which, but
Okay.
if you are
roll.
if you are lying to them, you will be
Yeah.
adding deception. If you
Yeah, I rolled in that 20.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to lie to them.
Okay, so yeah,
I'm not-
so basically Jarina, Rowan, he seems to be on the level. Like as far as you can tell, from his mannerisms, from the way he's kind of carrying and actually honestly talking with you. Yeah, he has no idea who these people were, why they were attacking him. He's got no clue. Sora, what were you going to say? Sora?
I was going to say, there's a degree to importance. Everybody has their own thing to do, and it is important to each of you. However, when you're in a group, communication is key. And I'm a little bit suspect of all of you, even though I've agreed to accompany you. I'm kind of wondering at this point what I've gotten myself into.
Let me start by saying that I probably have the least urgency in my pilgrimage. I'm looking for someone. I'm looking for my mentor. And that's it. Now, I'm aware that because of my stature that I can have somewhat of a target on my back, but I ultimately, don't have any motive outside of that. I know to keep my head down and to stay, out of, a public eye, so to speak. But otherwise, that's it. That's all. And I'm just kind of tagging along with a bunch of strangers, as it seems. And some of which have put me on edge for the level of, well, lack of tact in some of our encounters, but I don't know how long we will be together.
Well, that begs the question of upbringing, I suppose, and how you deal with people not of your station, because I see that you have mannerisms that are a bit, I don't want to say loftier, I want to say not of the common folk.
I guess the best way to describe it is I can be a little airheaded at times. I blatantly chuckle as I am an Air Genasi, and that should be by now a little bit apparent. But honestly, I'm just, I come from a house of many siblings, and, there's not many of us left. I don't have many personal connections with a lot of people. I have a few friends, few people that are meaningful to me, but I'm a soldier. This is, battle is kind of what I understand more so than anything else. And I've been kind of pampered. And so there are some situations that I'm not as comfortable in, but otherwise, I kind of am also just free flowing and seeing what the rest of you are kind of all about. That's really
So
all that's going on
this
with
is
me.
basically a learning experience for you. If I might ask, would you be considered young for your station?
Um, DM, I believe I'm an adult, right? Like maybe young adult. Yeah, right. Like
Yeah, you're a young adult. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right. So I'm a young adult. I think I live above beyond the average human, but
I have to ask. You said you're looking for your mentor, and you have already admitted to being a soldier to basically the Empire's enemy. What is the importance of who is your mentor?
forgot his name. Let me check my notes here. Where am I?
Hey, he's demonstrating the airhead quality.
Right. uh, it's either in my Discord or the. Can I get an assist, DM?
Voudre.
Voudre, thank you. And he was, training me to become an Echo Knight, and would and I'm also trying to find answers to, a terrible event that happened, which, killed off most of my house. But again, for all I'm aware, he's not even alive, which is kind of the lack of urgency for my pilgrimage, because I
Who
really
do
can.
Echo Knights fight?
Was that a question to me, or?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I guess that's an interesting question. DM, I don't think in.
The simplest answer that would have probably been drilled into your head from the beginning of your training would have been
Okay.
the enemies of the dynasty.
Got it. So.
I can see why there's so much rancor surrounding you then.
Right. Of course. However, I'm currently not serving for any mission or initiative. And also, I technically haven't completed this training. I might be an Echo Knight by skill, but I might not, in fact, be recognized by the dynasty just yet. And thus, I'm kind of just here in between, feeling lost and kind of homesick.
Well, I would suggest that being that we've allied ourselves, all of us, that we make a concerted effort to become a little bit closer. And if you've been traveling longer with these adventurers, obviously, than I have, you should know a little bit more about them. Um, in that vein, I will tell you a little about myself, just so that you know um, that I am not being duplicitous or in any way looking to sabotage anything that you are doing. I am from Zarzet, Kitro, as you might imagine. I was raised um, as an orphan by hold on, checking notes. The Arcanum Kitro. I am not supposed to speak of this, but they are a tad xenophobic. They tend to only choose orphans who have the gift. And as I grew, I became more curious and wanted to learn more about the world outside. They simply refused to allow me to do that, so when I said I was leaving, they exiled me. The clothing I'm wearing, I essentially stole. But my goal is to go out into the world and study different cultures and different spells and different ways of being than what they essentially were trying to indoctrinate me to do.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure. Actually, I mean, Sora, are you being honest with him, or?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, you don't really have to roll. She is being completely honest.
The fixer said he couldn't help me with my situation. That's why I just sort of stuck around. I thought I would just help you guys out.
Listen, we need to talk to Bertrand and get out of here fast. I don't worry. I promise that I will explain who I am, but I think it would be prudent of us to GTFO out of this goddamn town.
Agreed, but we still need to get Leah's ship.
Yeah, we're leaving on the boat.
Well, from what I've seen, can you sort of be stealthy and go and get the boat?
Yes, I can. Leah can. I don't know about it completely about everyone else.
I would
I think if
suggest
try
that we
to
make
escape,
that. I would suggest we make that a priority. Put a time limit on it while the rest of us get our gear together, so we can leave.
if we try to escape unnoticed, we're going to look like criminals.
Well, we'll speak to Bertrand, obviously.
Then we should leave on the boat rather than fold up the boat more mysteriously and give people more things to talk about.
Why
However,
don't we speak to Bertrand first? See
We're
what
going to.
plan he might have?
also to my knowledge, most of us are going up north, and there's no way to actually go up north on the water. I myself traveled from the north and had to travel by land.
But the entire Empire's going to be looking for us. We might have to just hit the Menagerie coast and come down from the south. Sorry.
Point of order, and you would all know this already. You are in the southernmost part of the Empire right now. Like, there is the only thing south of you right now is the Wayne Gates, which you have bypassed by going the route that you went. So there is only the rest of the Empire from where you are here in Trostzenwald right now. So just point of order, you would all already know this.
But we can
Let's
travel from lock to lock, can't we?
You know, actually, Rowan, make a history check for me, please. And Jarina, you can actually actually Rowan, Jarina, Phoebe, and Leah. Make history checks for me.
Nat 20. That's 23.
23, okay.
You said insight?
No, history.
19.
19. Phoebe?
22.
22. Leah?
19.
19. Okay. You all four of you know, with the exception of certain outlying places on the edges of the Empire, the majority of the Empire is landlocked. There are some rivers, there are some streams that fill into larger bodies of water, but nothing larger than lakes. And even those are few and far between in the Empire. You will only find like the Ustalak, which is right outside of Trostzenwald. You are on what is considered one of the edges of the Empire right now. almost the southern part of the empire. So it makes sense that that exists. But most of that is going to disappear the further inland you get.
I think we should do what the gnome said and maybe not stay in the towns that we come across, maybe stay further outside of the towns and only a select few of us go in to resupply and not stay in the same spot for longer than two. I
Yeah.
think that's going to be the best way to make sure that Squall doesn't stick out.
And I work best with a smaller group because one of the main reasons is because I'm easily spotted as we brought back a dead person, or thought to be dead person, and we're a very colorful group, quite literally. But I can work alone or with a person that has similar skills to mine.
Shall we get Bertrude?
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
because we cannot stay here any longer.
Right. As you are finishing up this conversation, there's you all hear like a squeaking noise, and you see squeezing under the door a little mouse.
What?
And it just kind of like boop, just like pops out, and it kind of makes its way over. It kind of crawls over to Leah, and as it crawls over to Leah, it looks up at her and starts squeaking, and immediately just changes into Lucy.
Hi, Lucy.
What the devil?
Lucy kind of looks up at you, goes,
There is the man creatures knocking on the doors of the other rooms. They will be here soon.
Yes, we're gonna go speak with them.
as you say that, there is a knock on the door.
Wait
Come
a
in.
minute.
The door opens up, and it's one of Bertrand's guards. And he kind of sticks his head. He goes, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but your belongings have been brought from Nessunuk Inn. They are in your rooms." And Rowan, you watch as he kind of drops your belongings right on the inside of the door. Master Von Scott thought it would be pertinent that you all stay here, and didn't want you leaving the premises just in case. So he instructed us to gather your things and bring them to you.
Can we speak to him?
He's resting at this moment. He probably will be up within the hour or so, and then we will inform you when he's awakened, and you can go see him then.
Please let
Thank
him
you.
know that when he is able, that it is important that we speak to him.
No, absolutely. He does. I do know that he does want to speak with you, but the doctor has been summoned and been with him, and instructed that he get some rest before exerting himself again. And so probably the next hour or so, you'll be informed the minute he's awake.
Thank you.
Kind of looks around. Lucy is nowhere to be seen. And he goes, "Oh, all right." And he closes the door.
Well, while we have the time, I guess we should continue speaking to one another. I, as you can already tell, am a little not the normal kind of person who lives in the Empire. I don't really know exactly what I am, I know that I was born to a family of gnomes, and yes, I mean born. My mother birthed me. And at a very young age my family noticed a lot of weird plants growing around. Weird colors, gray, purple, very unnatural kind of colors. And I, the past year, left home to find out what it is, why, and who am I really? At a young age, my parents figured out that Melora, the wild mother, was involved in my abilities.
Do not say that name so loudly.
And I kind of shrank away a little bit, nod my head. And it's been a little difficult not knowing. So that's what the fixer was helping me with, helping me to find out. And when I searched through Hope's notes and saw that she was from the Savalier Woods, as well as a vision of an event that possibly created the cursed woods, if you may. It's also where I saved Maya from death as well. That's basically what I've been trying to do, is just find out why. Why me? What is so special about me? And even these abilities that have been occurring more and more the longer that we're together. I don't know what the source is. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I am. It's been difficult for my family and for myself, feeling like an outsider in a place that I was born and call home. That's that.
As you finish saying that, Lucy pops out of invisibility and kind of looks at everybody and says,
I am Lucy. I am Master's familiar. I do what Master wants me to do. I am supposed to behave. And then, yes, do what Master wants.
and then it smiles, the big pointy tooth smile at all of you, and then waves very, very slowly at all of you. And then that's where we're going to call it for the evening.
Okay.
Noted.
So yeah, good game. We will see what happens next week as we all finish in this this interesting memorial that happened, this memorial attack, as it were. You will get to hopefully talk with Bertrand, this mysterious gnome figure, possibly follow their advice, what have you. I guess we'll figure out all of that next week. As you all are now beginning to share a little bit about what's happening in your lives and who you all are. This strange little creature that is now seemingly a part of your group.
Lucy, real quick, say Ohana.
No. All right. So, I want to do a quick couple of shout outs before we close for the evening. I want to thank iSaucy for following the channel. Red Leader, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Let's Lady Poopsie, thank you for gifting the subs. King Fats, thank you for the follow as well. We appreciate it. As always, want to thank you. Oh, we got another gift sub. Ty, thank you. Ty doesn't want to be left out. Thank you, Ty Dynamite, for gifting another sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. As always, want to shout out our patrons. Southern Twist, thank you for being our first patron and on Patreon and helping us, supporting us through Patreon. We do appreciate it. And all of you, the rest of everybody who is watching and has stuck with us until our end time tonight, we do appreciate you for watching and supporting us and following us through all of this craziness and all of the other craziness that happens on this channel. We really do appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you're doing to support us. And because of that, we're going to try and do our best to continue doing what we're doing. Entertaining, teaching, talking, building relationships, all of that good stuff. Right? So we're just going to keep doing that. And obviously the most important thing, playing games. Mm-hmm. So we're going to continue doing that as long as you want us to. So that's why your support is so important and very, very appreciated. So as we close out, when we close out, we are going to do a raid. So please stay for the raid. Let's see. We are probably going to, we're going to raid a friend of ours, Fall Harbor. So please stick. So stick around for at the end of the stream so we can do that. But as always, please be good to yourselves. Please be good to others.
I'm sorry.
What's
Happy
that?
anniversary, Sarah and Sean. We love you.
Love you too, guys.
Yes, happy anniversary. I'm so sorry. Happy anniversary to the two of you.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, guys.
Happy anniversary.
Keep making my sister happy.
I'll try.
You better.
No pressure.
You know what's up if you
No
don't.
pressure, right? Thank you.
She said terrifyingly.
With a knife in her hand. All right. So once again, be good to yourselves, be good to others, take care of others, and most importantly, take care of yourself. Until we see you next time, we hope to see you at our new shows that we're going to be putting on the 27th and the 29th. But again, take care, and we'll see you next time.